The hour being 6 o'clock according to Cupertino. We call this joint meeting of the Planning Commission and the City Council to order. If you'll all please rise as you are able for the salute to the flag of our country. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, so this is kind of how we're going to do it today. We're going to have a presentation from staff. I think we're going to do, I missed a roll call. Would you like to do the roll call first, and then I'll go into the how we're going to do it stuff, please.
Mayor Lowe.
Here.
Vice Mayor Gurney.
Present.
Councilmember Ding.
Here.
Councilmember Farrar Rivas.
Yes, this is a new one. Present.
Councilmember Wellender.
Here.
Chair Barnett.
Here.
Vice Chair Barbos.
Here.
Commissioner Dombach. Commissioner O'Gorman Jenkins. Here. Commissioner O'Neill.
Here.
Commissioner Willers. Commissioner Wyrick. And Commissioner Nugent.
Here.
Thank you very much. So for those of you who usually like to do public comment at the beginning of the meeting, we're going to do it at the end because we want to make sure that you have the ability to hear everything that's gone on. And I'm sure your comments, you know, who knows, we could have captured your comments during the conversation. But that's the one sort of change from our normal process. We're going to start with the staff report. I will then ask the chair of the Planning Commission to start with questions from the Planning Commission. And then when those are finished, we'll have questions from the City Council, and we'll get into the second portion of the program and sort of follow that same basic format. And so at that point, we'll, you know, Larry, I'll expect you to conduct your members and questionnaires, and I will do the same when it's our turn. So at this point, I see that we're ready to go. So let's start.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Chair of the Planning Commission, City Council members and Planning Commissioners. Jennifer Gates, I'm the Community Development Director for our lovely city of Sonoma, and we're here tonight to kick off the General Plan update. So thank you all for attending, and we look forward to the questions as well as any comments and other thoughts around this process. This is going to be a 2-year process, so your participation is very important throughout. So with that, I will try to get this to work. There we go. Got it. All right. So the meeting overview tonight, as the mayor discussed, there will be 2 opportunities for activities as well as questions. So we're going to start out with our consultant, Ben Ritchie from DeNova. DeNova Planning Group, that was highlighted here in the beginning. They'll present on the general plan content, summary of our process, as well as some different public outreach and community involvement opportunities, as well as our next steps. We have some community activities coming up next month. And then we'll open it for some specific questions from you around that process, as well as the general plan itself. And then we'll get into what we call part 2, which is a discussion of key priorities and challenges, and then follow that up by public comment, as well as final comments from the commission and council. So with that, I'm going to invite Ben Ritchie up to give a presentation and kick this one off.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Madam Mayor, Chair, Commissioners, Council members, it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Ben Ritchie. I'm a principal with DeNova Planning Group. I have been preparing general plans throughout California for about 20 years now, and so this is really the emphasis and focus of my firm. We've been in business as a company for the last 15 years. We've had an opportunity to work in numerous communities throughout Sonoma County and the greater Bay Area, and I'm very excited to kick this project off. This is our kickoff meeting. We're embarking on a pretty awesome process to update your general plan. So I like to introduce every project this way. I do not live here. I am not from here, and I will not pretend to know what is best for you. So our job here is to show up and listen, ask good questions, take direction from you, direction from the community, and then serve as a professional toolkit to help you put together the general plan that is going to realize and articulate your vision. I don't have your vision for you, so I'm going to try and ask the right questions, talk to the right people, and do the right amount of listening so that we can come back and present a general plan to you that is what you asked for, but you're not the one that writes it, we are. So think of me as the architect or the home builder, and you have an idea of what you want, and someone comes back with the plans and the blueprints and says, this is what we've heard, and I think this is where you want to go. So this is our kickoff meeting, and we're really here to do a lot of listening. So with that, I'll jump into our presentation. It is not terribly long, and the emphasis and the bulk of tonight is really for you to speak to me so we can learn about what's important as we start this jumping off point. And we really are at step one, and I'll talk about the process as we go through the next 2 years or so. So you have a general plan now. Why is it important? So every city and county in California is required by state law to have an adopted general plan, and you've got one. It was last comprehensively drafted and written and adopted in 2006. So typically communities go on a 10 is pretty aggressive, 15 is pretty common. You hit 20 years, you got a pretty dated general plan. So I've worked on some that were written on typewriters. They were written in the 70s. I've worked on a few that were written before I was born, and I'm not a spring chicken anymore. Your guys' is not terribly old, but a lot has changed since 2006. You've done some periodic updates. You have an updated circulation element from 2017, and as this group knows, you just completed an update for your housing element for the 6th cycle earlier this year. So those are some excellent milestones, but the bulk and remainder of your general plan is coming on 17 plus years old. So on general plan timelines, you guys are due. In addition to, you've had changing demographics, we've had recessions, we've had pandemics, we've had housing booms and busts, we've had change in market conditions. There's been a numerous number of changes to state law. So topics like climate change, climate adaptation, environmental justice, complete streets, how we deal with flood and fire protection in general plans. There's been a myriad of state level legislation that has changed since your general plan was last updated. So for those members of the public or those that may be new to the commission or the council, haven't had the opportunity, the benefit, the pleasure of working in the planning world and dealing with general plans on a daily basis, why is the document important? Why does it matter to the city? First and foremost, it provides an opportunity to have another touchstone with your community. The general plan is the city's articulation of its own vision. It's your own blueprint for growth. It articulates what your local community priorities are. How are you going to emphasize investment, policy guidance, city resources, staff resources? It really sets the trajectory of your community. So while every city has to have a general plan and the state lays out a framework for what it needs to address, what matters here in Sonoma is going to differ from San Francisco, going to differ from Fresno, going to differ from San Diego, from Los Angeles. You're going to have your own local community concerns and priorities. So this provides an opportunity for you to do extensive outreach, make sure you're touching base with the community and hitting on those key priorities and policy items that are of local importance. The general plan is broad and comprehensive in scope. It touches on a myriad of topics, everything from land use, where do your commercial, industrial, institutional, residential land uses go? How do they interact and interface with each other? How do you effectively plan for infrastructure in terms of understanding levels of service and needs and demands in the future? Where do you prioritize parks investments, police, libraries, schools, water, wastewater service providers, things like that? And how do you protect your resources? So agricultural preservation, maintaining clean water, surface water, clean air, safe noise environment, things like that. So it's a very comprehensive document in terms of the range of topics and issues that it touches upon. Another important aspect of the general plan, and while it matters to the city in terms of implementation, both at a staff, council, and commission level, it's going to help you strategically identify budget and capital investment priorities. It's going to help serve as a management tool for staff, for the council. It provides consistent policy direction. Council members come and go. You have transitions in leadership. The general plan is meant to outlive and transcend individual service levels and service time spent on the council, and it provides consistent trajectory, consistent guidance, consistent policy direction for the city as commissioners and council members transition in and out of their posts. It's going to help city department heads identify, staffing priorities, funding priorities, what the policy programs need to be in terms of your CIP, parks planning, utilities master plan. It provides an opportunity to streamline development that's consistent with your general plan. You want to accommodate a certain amount of growth, but you want it to be the right kind of growth. So when you lay out the land use map, you lay out the policies, you lay out the requirements for development, and then in future years, as developers, property owners come in with applications, the very first thing your staff is going to do is review it for consistency with the general plan. Is this consistent with our vision? Does it match our land use map? And that's going to send developers and applicants down one path or another in terms of general plan consistency or not. And also, very importantly, you got to stay in compliance with state laws. It keeps you out of the crosshairs of the Attorney General, makes you eligible for various grant funding and opportunities for community improvement based on having a compliant general plan. So in terms of the elements or topics or even chapters that go into the actual document, the left-hand column is the 7 mandated elements required by the state of California. So every general plan must address land use, circulation, conservation, open space, safety, noise, and housing. Now, your housing element was just adopted, so this general plan update will not be updating your housing element. The issue of housing, do we have land for housing, do we have the right density for housing, still gets folded into your general plan update. But as you just went through the process, the housing element, it's its own special beast, it's its own animal. So we are not updating the housing element as part of this process, but housing will be a topic that transcends other elements throughout the community discussion and throughout other elements of your general plan. So those are the 7 mandated elements, and there's a checklist of things we have to account for or address to comply with state law, but there is a tremendous amount of flexibility and leeway in making sure that we craft these elements to meet local concerns and local priorities. The city also has a tremendous amount of discretion to include optional elements or topics of local importance. And once those elements or topics are included as goals, policies, and action items in your general plan, they hold equal weight of law as the others. So just because one is an optional element versus a mandatory element, once they're adopted in your general plan, they are all of equal weight and value in terms of the city's implementation of its own policies. So the additional topics that we are intending to address at this preliminary stage here for the Sonoma General Plan update are economic development, sustainability and climate change, historic and archaeological resources, parks and recreation, environmental justice, which is required under state law for identified disadvantaged communities, and also the inclusion of an administration and implementation element to help the city make sure that these policies and actions that you adopt are actually implemented, help staff track how well the general plan implementation is going. And so as we work our way forward, there's going to be opportunities for the council and the commission to provide direction on how the general plan is organized. It's very common to combine multiple topics listed up here on the screen into a single element. For example, open space and parks and recreation may be combined into a single element. Conservation and sustainability, climate change may be combined, but there's a lot of flexibility. So we've tried to lay out a broad roadmap, understanding that there's a lot of important topics that will be addressed, but the final details on how the document's finally organized and adopted at the finish line is still very much on the table, and we'll be checking back in with the council and the commission throughout this process to make sure we craft it to your liking. Another important component of the general plan, it's often the 800-pound gorilla in the room, is the land use map. So all policies, actions, and goals in the general plan being equal, your general plan also includes a land use map. The land use map assigns a designation to each and every parcel within the city limits, as well as the larger planning area, and your planning area consists of your sphere of influence and your urban growth boundary. From a practical standpoint, your urban growth boundary, your sphere, and your city limits are pretty close to coterminous. There is some, margins, differentiation between the sphere and the UGB and the city limits. But for all intents and purposes, we'll be looking largely at the city of Sonoma rather than the region as a whole from a land use mapping standpoint. There'll be a number of policies that certainly have regional implications in certain terms of coordination throughout the valley, coordination with the county. But from a mapping standpoint, we'll be focusing on these planning areas. And what the land use map does is it assigns a land use designation to each and every parcel, which determines and dictates what can be built and where. The idea being that you end up with a balanced community with harmonious, compatible land uses adjacent to each other. The land use map can be thought of as very similar to a zoning map. It's a term more commonly used in, common vernacular. Everyone, what's my zoning? What's the parcel zoned? They are separate maps, so they live differently. Typically, the zoning map is going to have a more granular level of detail. So what might be low-density residential on the general plan map might be R1 or R1 4000. So there's going to be a little bit more detail on the zoning map. But the intent is that they are consistent with each other, and there's very little difference between the two. And as we're going through this general plan update, this provides an opportunity for the city to revisit the land use map. Are there key areas of the city that are in need of revitalization? Are there certain uses that we want to take a second look at? Are there areas that might transition from one use to another? Are the land use designations and their allowed uses and densities and things like that in need of a fresh look? So all of that is on the table as we embark on this general plan update. That's not to say that we're going to take your land use map, shake it up and flip it on its head and make massive changes, but this is an opportunity for you to crack that open and do some refinements and improvements as you see fit and direct. So as Jennifer mentioned, this is a multi-year process to get through this general plan update. Did you guys lose your screens too? All right, I lost mine. I got them up here. So there we go. Someone pushed the right button. So, it'd be very easiest for us to roll into town, show up and say, hey, we're going to write this thing in 6 weeks and be on our merry way. With that said, it's very important that we go through the process of getting this done correctly. So essentially our work program is divided into 3 general or rough phases. There we go. It's fantastic, and it's good to have redundant backup. So these phases are not to be interpreted as absolutely discrete. They definitely overlap with each other. But in general, in the first phase, which we're just kicking off right now, this is going to consist of our documentation and analysis of our existing conditions. I like to say it's very difficult to effectively plan for the future if you don't have a solid understanding of what your starting point is. So we are currently in the process of preparing a robust and detailed existing conditions report. This is going to document everything from current traffic patterns to community noise levels, air quality monitoring data, water quality information, public utilities and services, police services. It's a very broad spectrum of your existing conditions documentation. It's a bit of a dry report, but it's going to be, yay thick, 400 or 500 pages. There's going to be a whole lot in there. So that's going to be a very good, useful tool for our team, staff, the commission, and the council as we embark on this process. The other key aspect of our first phase of work is the listening phase. So we're going to be conducting some community outreach activities. I have some specific slides talking about what we're doing for community outreach. We call it our visioning phase. So essentially phase 1 is documenting our existing conditions and doing a whole lot of question asking and listening of the community. Once we wrap that up, we'll be preparing what we call a community outreach and summary report. It'll be a written documentation of what we did to do the asking of the questions, what we heard, and a summary of the feedback. So there won't be any, therefore we should do this. It'll be, here's what we asked and here's what we heard. And all of that is going to be publicly available information in terms of the feedback that we received. As we wrap up the first phase, we'll transition into getting into the meat and potatoes. So we'll start to refine some of the possible changes or refinements to your land use map. There'll be additional touch points and check-ins with the council and the commission saying, here's what we heard from the community. Here might be some suggestions on what we do with that. Why don't you give us some direction based on what we've heard? And we'll also be doing a deep dive audit and review of your existing general plan. Here's where the community's told us you want us to go. Here's what your general plan currently says. Are those aligned with each other? Is your current general plan doing an effective enough job to get you where the community has told us you want us to go? It's possible we listen to the community and your goals, priorities, and values have not changed since 2005-06 from when you last updated your general plan. But it's also possible that your current plan's not robust enough or effective enough to get you where you want to go. How's it been going for the last 18 years? How effective have you been at achieving those objectives? So phase 2 is where we really start to get into crafting draft versions of your updated general plan. What do we keep? What do we add? What do we augment? What do we change? As we work our way through that phase, there'll be additional opportunities for us to go back out to the community. Here's what we heard. Here's what we've done in response. Here's some drafts, working products that we've prepared. Did we hit the mark? Did we achieve your objectives? Are there things you agree or disagree with? Do you understand everything that's in this document? And as that stage starts to wrap up and we start to get a little bit closer to what is considered a draft general plan, we think we're getting pretty close to getting this thing written, we'll pivot into the environmental review stage. You're required under the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, to prepare a program level EIR to analyze and disclose the potential environmental impacts of what adoption and subsequent implementation of your general plan will mean in terms of environmental consequences and implications. One thing that we are going to do as we're crafting your general plan is we are going to write this document to be self-mitigating, in so much that if implementation of your general plan is likely to lead to an environmental impact, rather than having the EIR dictate what mitigation measures you're going to need to impose upon yourself, you should be crafting those self-mitigating policies into your general plan. How do you review development? How do you protect the environment? How do you balance your growth and economic prosperity with environmental protection? So if done correctly, by the time we get to the EIR stage, there won't be additional mitigation measures, because if mitigation was needed, it'll be baked right into your plan. So as we're developing this, we use one team of in-house planners that have CEQA and long-range planning experience to write the general plan, work on the public outreach, and prepare the EIR, so that when we come back to you and say, okay, here's the draft general plan that you've blessed and you've helped us craft, here's the EIR that analyzes it, they're working in tandem, not in conflict. So in that final stage of work, we'll be preparing the EIR, taking both the general plan and the draft EIR out for public review, having multiple check-ins with the community, council, and commission, and ultimately bringing this thing forward for adoption of the general plan and certification of the EIR. So that's kind of the rough outline of the 3-stage process we go through to do this update and why it's a 2-year process. So I know the council and the commission are keenly interested in community engagement and making sure we do a good job of listening, touching base, making sure the public is informed. So, this is our first of what are 4 planned study sessions and check-ins with the commission and the council. We'll take direction from the mayor, from the city manager in terms of additional joint meetings, or if we come to just council, just commission. We have a lot of flexibility in terms of how these future meetings are held. We're going to try and time them at strategic milestones. So when we've got feedback on the land use map and we're looking for direction, or we've had a whole bunch of public outreach and now we want to talk about what it means and what to do with it. So we're going to really try and time our check-ins with the council and the commission at important milestones where we can get direction from you all in terms of how to proceed to the next phase. In November, we're going to hold 2 community visioning workshops. I've got slides dedicated to those with dates and locations. So those are going to be opportunities for me to give a similar presentation. What is the general plan? What does it mean? What's important? Really just kicking this off, talking about high-level priorities with the community. As we get further through the process and this thing starts to come together and we've got some policies that we want feedback on and we've got a draft starting to come together, we're going to hold a couple of community open house workshops. Here's what's in the plan. Here's how you interpret it. Let us walk you through it. What do you think about it? Give us feedback. Let us answer your questions. It's part education, part receiving community feedback. We're going to be doing a series of stakeholder interviews. So we're going to be touching base with, the fire protection district, water providers, county, Caltrans. There's a lot of stakeholders out there. We'll be talking to the Chamber of Commerce, local school districts. This is just a partial list. We'll be working with staff to make sure we have a comprehensive list of stakeholders that we touch base on a more one-to-one level with, to make sure that they understand what we're doing and how they can provide feedback into the process. Of course, there'll be a series of public hearings at the finish line once this thing is ready for adoption. The city is organizing a general plan update task force that is going to be staff-led. So that's going to be an opportunity for staff to touch base with that task force, give them updates on the process, and receive feedback. And another thing that we're doing is we're preparing what we'll call a workshop toolkit in a box. And this is going to be materials that we prepare, that we deliver to staff, that allows staff to go out and do pop-up events, be it farmers market, coordinate with the local high schools, and really expand the reach, breadth, and scope of the public outreach beyond having consultants come in and do it all. And so you'll have local experts, local knowledge showing up at local events where people are going. So rather than saying, hey, come to a workshop that we've scheduled, staff will be out in the community where people are already located, providing additional opportunities to answer questions and get feedback. That's more of our in-person traditional outreach. We also have an entire platform of digital engagement. So first and foremost, I'll want to direct people's attention to the General Plan Update website. So this is a website that is now live. It's dedicated specifically to this project. So it is sonomacity.generalplan.org. It's going to grow, evolve, and live throughout this entire process. So upcoming meetings, contact us. Documents that are prepared throughout the course of the project, the existing conditions report, draft maps. This PowerPoint will be up there by the end of this week. So basically, it's a one-stop shop for all information on participation and resources tied to this project. So as we draft documents and products and presentations, those will all get uploaded to the website. It links people back to the city's website. You can get on the email list. You can learn about upcoming events and opportunities to participate. So I really want to make sure people are aware of the website. We're also going to be launching online surveys. So for folks that either can't or don't want to attend traditional in-person workshops, there's also an opportunity to provide feedback via digital platform and online surveys. We'll also be publishing a series of newsletters and using the city's existing social media platforms to help just get the word out. So you've got Facebook pages, Instagram pages that work, that get eyeballs, that get clicks. The city will be using those to make sure people are aware of the website, the process, how to participate, when meetings are coming up, etc. All right, so in terms of our next steps in the actual process of updating your general plan, our first visiting workshop will be on November 2nd at 6 p.m. at Vintage House. And that's going to be an opportunity for folks to come learn more about the process, ask questions, provide feedback. We'll be holding a second workshop on November 13th at 6 p.m., also at Vintage House. There will be a considerable amount of overlap with the first workshop, but we'll be also doing activities and questions that differ. So for those that really want to be involved and come to both workshops, they will not be repeat performances. However, if you can only make one or the other, if you show up at number 2, you're not going to be lost because you weren't at number 1. So we've tried to find that sweet spot in the middle where come to all of them and it'll still be useful. Only make one, it'll still be useful. So those are the initial kickoff visioning workshops scheduled for next month. At the end of 23, moving into January, February of 24, we'll be wrapping up and publishing the existing conditions report. During this time, over the holidays and while we're wrapping up existing conditions, we'll be doing our stakeholder interviews. Staff will be meeting with the General Plan Update Task Force. And in the spring of 2024 is when we're slated to come back and present the outreach summary report. Here are the questions we asked, here's what we did, here's what we heard, and we expect to check back in with council and the commission at that phase and really go over the feedback that we've heard. From there, we'll really launch into the effort of updating the general plan in spring of 2024. And 24 is going to be the year where we're digging in, getting this thing written. So that is the outline of the process that we're going to go through. So that's phase 1 of our stage 1 of our presentation this evening. With that, Madam Mayor, I'm going to turn it back over to you. If there are any questions from the council, the commission on the process, what to expect, what's included, not included, I'll answer any of your questions and then we'll dive into the substance of our discussion.
Thank you so much. And so at this point, as I said, I'm going to turn this over to Chair Barnett for conducting the meeting among the Planning Commission members, and then those questions will be asked and answered, and then it'll be the City Council's turn. So, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry that a couple of our planning commissioners weren't available tonight, but they'll catch up, and I'm assuming this is recorded so that it's going to be available to them. Let's start. This is a period for questions, not a lot of commentary. And I'd like to just see who among the planning commissioners here tonight have some questions about the process that they would like answered or explored. I have some of my own, but I'll wait until I've gotten everybody else. Ms. O'Neill?
A point of confusion for me, and maybe you can clarify. A couple months ago, we went through and marked up what the development code, and did we do part of the general plan, or was it strictly the development code, where we were giving quick, low-hanging fruit back to staff for corrections? How is that getting incorporated?
I'm not sure which process you're talking about. We did solicit Planning Commission comments and concerns about the general plan, a reflection on the current general plan, what's working, what we feel is still working, what we feel is outdated, and so on and so forth. That has been compiled into a report, and now that the process has begun, the intention was to share that with a consultant as an opinion document. Now, you may be thinking of a different process than that.
It was when you and I teamed on for part of it, and we found, like, I forget, 150 shoulds instead of shalls.
Yeah, that was the development code review.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that will be included in this process, or separate?
Well, the development code, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, the development code is functionally part of the general plan. It's what you would refer to as the implementation measures of the policies that get generated in a general plan. That's essentially where the rubber hits the road for development applications. But Christina has been diligently working on converting, in accordance with the state mandates, to use objective rather than subjective language, converting many of the elements of the development code, taking the shoulds, and after discussion with the commission, converting the shoulds to shalls as appropriate, and then those recommendations have gone to the city council and have been approved by the city council in a progressive way, which is to say, moving from area to area in the development code to update it as appropriate, and we have time and the ability to catch up on doing that work. Now, Christina may be able to answer the question as to how much more of that has yet to be done, and so I'll leave that to her.
Really talking about, it was the general development standards, and that ordinance was adopted last December, I believe. So we're talking about the open space, what it should be, and the hillside development standards, things like that. That was adopted.
Yeah, and so most of that, I guess, has been dealt with. We still may have some more out there, but most of that's been done, Sheila. All right. Anyone else with a question? Mr. Barbos.
I have a couple, and I guess these are for the consultant. How do the changes that we've seen in state law regarding housing affect the preparation of the general plan?
The majority of the state law changes have been reflected and addressed and dealt with in your housing element, which was adopted earlier this year. So the bulk of the heavy lifting by the city of Sonoma to comply with those laws has been done via your housing element. There are other state legislative changes that are going to affect fire, flood, complete streets, climate change that are still going to need to be addressed. But in terms of demonstrating adequate capacity for providing for affordable and special needs housing, you've accommodated that via your housing element. The various policies required, tied to affirmatively furthering fair housing and housing for disadvantaged populations and communities, your housing element addresses. So what we're going to be doing is making sure that your newly adopted housing element is consistent with the rest of the general plan, or maybe better put, your updated general plan is consistent with the core premises of your newly adopted housing element. And there will be some spillover, potentially in land use, most likely, the tie between land use and housing. But the bulk of the heavy lifting to comply with state legislation, the city's accomplished earlier this year.
Okay. Somewhat related, what will be the process in the general plan preparation for reviewing and revising the land use map you mentioned? Is that in phase 2 only, or do we talk about that in
It will be introduced in phase 1 to start to get some guidance on big picture, 30,000 foot, what's important. And as we move into phase 2, we're going to take that feedback and kind of synthesize and translate. And, first and foremost, we're going to make sure that your general plan map reflects your housing element update. So if there were rezones in your opportunity sites and the process that went through your housing element, is that reflected on your map? And then based on what we've heard from the community, like, hey, let's take a look at this corridor, or we might be interested in more mixed use or higher density, or bringing in, more parks land, or whatever the direction that we're given from the community and the council. Phase 2 is when we'll take that feedback and come back and say, here's what we've heard, here's some possible courses of action. And I fully expect to have a working session with the council and the commission on the land use map, so we can figure out if we're making changes, to what extent we're making changes, and what those changes might be. And the changes could be, colors on the map, areas going from commercial to residential or residential to commercial, or they could be refinements of what your designations mean. So if commercial says you're allowed residential up to this density, are we revisiting those densities? Are we revisiting the allowed uses? Do you need additional land use designations that you don't have now? You can write your own, you can make them up. You can take a best practice from another community. So really anything is on the table. But yeah, the first half of phase 2 is when I expect to really dig into the land use map. And one thing this is a great opportunity for me to make a second point. We talked about crafting the general plan and then transitioning into the preparation of the environmental impact report. I really strongly advise and push for communities to try and get that land use map and any changes you're going to make done by kind of the midway through the process. So we're not going to ask the council to adopt the map, but we're going to say, okay, if you want changes, let's figure those out. Let's get them mapped. Let's figure out what that means, how much growth, how much traffic. Let's understand the implications of the map, and let's get thumbs up comfort with that map at the midway stage, so we can build the rest of the general plan around it, and we can do the environmental analysis knowing that we've got a pretty stable land use map. So we really want to front load those efforts, so we're not getting to the last stage of this and, hey, we wrote an EIR and now let's figure out the map, and suddenly our EIR is analyzing a growth scenario that's going to change based on your land use map. So we're really going to want to try and get that nailed down informally at about the midway process.
Okay. Do you envision this process will look at the circulation element, although that was done a few years ago?
Yes, it will look at it. And with all elements, our intent is to look at what you have, figure out if it's achieving your stated objectives, keep what's working, and then supplement, add, or augment as needed based on what we're hearing. But the circulation element is included in our work plan. It's been 6 years. You will probably find that you got a good amount in there working, but there's probably more you want to add and some that you want to change, but it's absolutely on the table in terms of updates.
Thanks.
Any other questions from the other members of the commission? Yes.
Point of clarification, so you talked about the optional elements that could be included, social justice, climate resiliency. I was under the impression that was going to be part of our general plan update. So did we already make a determination at a prior council meeting as to whether or not we were going to consider those, or are they all on the table and mandatory purposes of our discussion?
If I were, for the purposes of, so I'll pop back
Yeah.
to that slide. I'll parse this out into 2 parts.
Okay.
Our contract, what you've hired us to do, if you want all these, it's all in.
Got it.
So if you say, well, we want these optional elements, you're not coming back to me saying, well, we've decided we want those, how much does that cost? This is all in our work program. I am also choosing my words carefully to not come in here and say, guess what? This is your list of elements. We've decided it for you. So this is all on the table. If you tell me you want to combine these, some are more important than others, we are taking your direction. But if you were to sit here and say, I want all of those, they're all important, include all of it, I'm going to give you a thumbs up and say we're going to write great ones.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Nugent?
Yes, a question. Do we have a hard and fast end date for this process?
No. And with that said, staff is holding me to an account, and we are not going to let this drag on, and I am as vested as you are in keeping this moving. So there is not a date certain, and I have no benefit or interest in dragging this on. And with that said, I've done a lot of these. when they go too long, you just lose momentum, you get fatigue. If you rush too fast, you regret it because you cut corners. 2 years is the schedule from about now to bring this back for adoption. We intend to adhere to that. Staff is absolutely going to hold us to an account, and we intend to keep it moving on that 2-year schedule, but there's not a date certain. There's not a legislative or statutory date like your housing element where it must be certified by a date certain. This is really at the direction and discretion of the city. I've done some that have gone in a year and a half and it felt a little frantic and rushed. I've had some PTSD from some that stretched on to 4 or 5 years, and it was way too long, and no one benefits from that. So I would say both parties in terms of consultant and city benefit from keeping it moving without going at a frantic pace.
Thank you.
Okay, if no other questions, I'll ask mine. I apologize. I want to start with your name and your title.
My name is Ben Ritchie, and I'm a principal with De Novo Planning Group.
Thank you. And are you going to be the face of this process
Yes, sir.
from start to finish?
Start to finish. I'm one of the founders and owners of the company. I lead our general plan practice. This is what I do. I'm going to be at all the meetings. My team is working on every aspect of this. Unless I physically can't be there, I'm going to be at every single meeting.
Okay, thank you, Ben. Frighteningly, this is the third general plan I've worked on.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I can't help but reflect on some of the issues and process of the previous general plans that I've been involved with while I've been engaged in government here in Sonoma. So my first question is, in your listing of the purposes of the general plan, I feel that there's one that seems to be implied but hasn't been directly stated. Unless conditions have changed and what I previously thought of as a purpose is no longer thought of in the same way. And that is specifically that you used the word at one point of your presentation, the word blueprint. But my understanding of the general plan is it's well beyond a blueprint, that to all intents and purposes it is a land use constitution. And in the past, the orientation I've received about general plans was that its role as a constitution of land use was such that it is the framework that the city must rely on if a land use decision after appeals ends up in court and challenged. And conformance and adherence to its own general plan is a considerable purpose of the general plan, and that it provides that legal framework. Is that still the proper orientation?
That is the proper orientation, and I would add the caveat that there are mechanisms and avenues to amend the general plan at the city's direction and discretion.
Of course.
Short of amending your general plan, you must find applications for development, you must find infrastructure planning, zoning code, general development standard updates consistent with your general plan, unless you take action to amend that general plan.
Okay, thank you. So that purpose hasn't changed. I'd like to see that added to your list of purposes because I think it's important for the general public to understand the import of this document. It's not purely aspirational, it's not just a vision, it's actually providing the legal basis for a defense by the city of its decisions regarding land use applications.
That is a correct statement, yes, sir.
Okay. Also, in the past, the process of the general plan has been articulated as consisting of three basic pieces. And I'm wondering if these also apply to the process you're going to use. Historically, it was presented as a document, the process of which included the articulation of the goals through the visioning process, then the development of the policies to fulfill those goals or in support of those goals, and then the implementation measures that basically support the policies that the city has adopted. Is that still a workable and general framework?
Yes, it is.
Okay. The city has had, for many years, as long as I've been here, in one fashion or another something we've called a growth management ordinance, which has limited the total number of units that could be, on average, approved in a given year. That number has varied over the years. The City Council, through amendment to the GMO, has had the number vary. I think it's varied from something in the range of 35 to 65 a year as a maximum average. Understanding that applications in one year may well exceed the 65 number, and therefore the city had a somewhat complex allocation process where 5 years prior to the actual completion and submission of an application, an applicant could accrue 20% of their total requested number of units as an allocation each year. I haven't heard a lot about the GMO as of late. So my question is, have the current spate of state laws essentially rendered growth management ordinances obsolete? Big sigh.
Yeah, it's not a yes/no answer. It's a nuanced answer that would depend on the details of the specific language of your growth management ordinance. I don't think it has rendered them obsolete across the board, but if you get projects coming in with affordability units or applications that provide the type of affordable housing that the state is advocating for, you would have a hard time denying those projects based on the requirements of your growth management ordinance.
Well,
So-
is this ordinance something that you will review?
It will be reviewed, and I want to parse out the nuance of what the general plan can and can't do. So I can't include a policy that says the growth management ordinance is hereby abolished and null and void. But we can write policy that says, depending on the direction you want to go, strengthen the growth management ordinance to accomplish X, Y, and Z through the following process, or work to abolish the growth management ordinance through policy XYZ to accomplish the following. So it can set the trajectory of where you would go to deal with your growth management ordinance, but we can't axe it or strengthen it as a general plan policy because it exists outside of the general plan.
But you can help evaluate it.
Absolutely. And any general plan update needs to take your growth management ordinance into account and understand its implications for implementation.
Well, historically, the growth management ordinance was created even before I came here. It's been on the books for a very long time. The premise of it was that the hope was that it would enable development to take place in an orderly way so that the city's infrastructure and ability to deliver goods and services did not get outstripped by the development applications. And that was the basic premise of it, to not let the city get ahead of itself in terms of the scale of development. And it did have and does have provisions that allowed for affordable housing applications, for example, to not have to go through the allocation process at all, to jump to the top of the list of the applications so that as applications were considered, 100% affordable housing project was always at the top of the list, no matter when it came onto the list. So there's a lot to it, but I'm unclear in this day and age as to its relevance to the city, and I would love to see a further analysis of it.
Yes, sir, and I will add that regardless of whether you do or did not have a growth management ordinance, the types of policies or direction and decision-making matrix that you just laid out in terms of making sure that growth doesn't outpace infrastructure, a well-prepared general plan should speak to that regardless of the existence or non-existence of a growth management ordinance, and those are topics we fully intend to address.
Great, thank you. You mentioned consultation with stakeholders. You made a list of certain of them. One I didn't hear, and it may have just been the brevity of your list, would be the County of Sonoma.
Absolutely. They'd be near the top of that list.
Yeah, because at this point, my concern is the county seems to be, what's the word I want to use? Proceeding in a fashion that somewhat runs counter to the imperatives of the urbanized areas. And so things like our urban growth boundary have always been predicated on the notion that the land just outside the urban growth boundary wouldn't be subject to a particularly high intensity of development. Otherwise, it would defeat the whole idea of city-centered growth and not expanding the city limits unnecessarily based on profit motive alone. So I'm glad to hear that the county will be in there. You mentioned self-mitigation baked into the plan.
Yes, sir.
I'm curious if you can speak a little bit more to how that would actually appear.
Low-hanging fruit examples would be, as sites are developed, wetlands should be avoided and compliance with California Clean Water Quality Act requirements must be implemented at the site design phase. Prior to development, geotechnical reports must be prepared to ensure seismic safety. And so things that you would typically see as an EIR mitigation measure become a checklist for planning staff to review projects baked in the general plan. From an implementation standpoint, it's going to be much simpler for landowners and the development community to crack open one document, look through your general plan, and okay, here's what I got to do. And likewise for staff, you know, when you go to review a project, implement your general plan, it's all under the general plan cover, as opposed to kind of the older school way was, well, we've got our general plan policies, but hang on, I got to check my general plan EIR and see what else we have to do in terms of mitigation. The idea being, don't have the EIR tail wag the general plan dog and bake it all in there under one cover.
So would it be correct as saying this self-mitigation basically represents policies that are already part of the general plan?
Yes, and the general plan intending to take this holistic view between, again, historic preservation and economic development and affordable housing and all these things you want to accomplish tied in with environmental protection and preservation, bringing it together in a consistent, cohesive policy document so that it all works together. And that's where we get the term self-mitigating.
All right, that sounds great. And then my last question, and I apologize to the council for having so many questions.
Haven't even gotten to Mr. Wellender yet, so no worries.
You're just lucky that Donna isn't here tonight. In the past, for example, the first general plan I worked on in the early 90s, which incidentally won a state award, and dare I say it, forms the underlying basis of many of the ongoing general plan principles and policies and goals that we enjoy today in our present general plan. There was a element of integrated participation on the part of council members and planning commission members in the public meeting processes. Now, this is back in the day of pasting sheets of paper on the wall and putting blue dots on topics, and you know, this is all pre-digital age.
We're still going to have dots and paper maps.
Oh, goody. And there was a breakout on tables.
We're still doing that. Come on the first visioning workshop. We're doing a lot of those things.
And at those tables, there was a planning commission member who was kind of running the conversation at a table, making the assumption that planning commission members are competent to do such a thing, and at least more versed in the content of the conversation than the average member of the public. Is there any plan for that kind of integration of the existing leadership in the city in the actual process?
I'm going to tread lightly on this question. My experience has been that there are benefits to having public workshops that are unbiased by the input of the commission and the council. You have your own opportunities, such as this evening, to provide very direct, focused feedback to us. You know, you've got the dais, and this is your floor and your opportunity to provide it. With that said, these meetings are open to the public, and I would never dissuade a planning commissioner or city council member to attend a workshop in your own community. Our overall intent is to not place commissioners and council members at the various tables during these workshops. And if you show up wanting to participate and share your expertise, I am absolutely not going to chase you out of the room. So I'll defer to the city manager for more detailed response to that, but I would say that the intent of the visioning workshops is to really provide a community forum, and I don't want to over-integrate or emphasize the participation of the commission and the council, but by all means, if you want to show up and participate, grab a chair and we'll get you a marker.
Okay, you and I can talk further about that, I suppose, at some point.
Yes, sir. And I could bend your ear on the philosophical pros and cons of various approaches. I've done it a myriad of ways over 20 years. There are benefits to both sides of the coin. It works well in some communities. The same approach doesn't work as well as the others, but we try to remain flexible and integrate an approach that the community feels is going to be best. So if you'd like to talk further, I'm all ears.
Yeah, I just see it as a matter of facilitation, not policy structuring. And gratefully, this is a small community. Most of us know each other pretty well on a first name basis. And so there is a series of pre-existing relationships and a certain closeness to the community that I think all these folks enjoy, that certainly the Planning Commission members enjoy. And so it's something we can talk about more. And I'm happy to see what staff has to think about it.
Yes, sir.
And that completes my questions. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, very good, thank you. So at this point, I just want to, before we start with questions, say to all of those who are listening, and for those of you who come here in person, that this is not going to be the only time where you're going to be able to give feedback. I think we just listened to some examples of when people will be able to give feedback. So please don't think at the conclusion of this meeting and you go running out and go like, do one of these like, oh my God, I forgot to talk about, the park on the corner of blah, blah, blah. This is the beginning, it's not the end, and there'll be plenty of opportunities. So with that, questions, and not to make fun of my friend, Mr. Wellender, but he told me he had questions. That's why I mentioned that. And so, sir, if you would like to start, that would be great.
Sure. Oh, okay. They're not in any particular order, but I'm looking at the general plan content and those that are identifying both the mandated elements as well as the optional elements. Just curious, from your professional standpoint, what are the pros and cons of not including all the optional elements?
It's really local and community preference. I think that the topics listed you will likely want to touch on in one capacity or another, and whether they rise to the level of a standalone element or combined into other elements, there's a lot of leeway there. Some examples I would give, it's very common to take historic and archaeological resources combined with conservation. I might suggest parks and recs combined with open space. I could bend your ear on what sustainability does and doesn't mean. I think sustainability touches every single topic of the general plan, and once you've written a general plan correctly and now it's time to write the sustainability element, what left is there to say? So I like to blend that in with the others. I've often written general plans where the sustainability element says, here's what it means to us, and here's a list of arrows pointing to where we've addressed it throughout. But it's really local preference in terms of what rises to the level of a standalone element versus what might just have a goal and a policy set to make sure it's still achieved.
Great, thank you. A similar question would be, how does a city deal with addressing the optional elements if we don't, at this point in time, make them into our general plan?
You have the leeway as long as you have hit the left-hand column and you have a general plan that hits the core requirements, and you elect to say, look, we don't want to have policies on economic development, parks and recs, et cetera. That is absolutely at your discretion. So you do not need to include these. To have a legally compliant general plan, the left-hand column needs to be hit. And there are some nuanced aspects to environmental justice based on mapping conditions that will need to potentially be addressed to a limited degree. But you need to hit the requirements of state law. The optional elements are exactly that, optional.
And if we, subsequent to our adopted general plan, a year or two down the road, we realize that we need to fold something else in, do we have that option of saying, oh, we do recognize that we should have included one of these optional elements and we did not? Do we have that flexibility of down the road amending our general plan without?
Post-adoption amending it? Absolutely. The city can, you're legally allowed 4 general plan amendments per year. Those can be initiated by property owners or developers. They can be initiated by the city. I might glean where you're going with that line of question. There is advantage to taking one large bite of the apple and getting it all done correctly, comprehensively at once. And you absolutely have the ability and leeway to hit your core elements and then loop back on the optional ones following adoption.
Okay, great, thank you. In terms of the land use map, as we revisit that and make changes, do we then have to take the next step and make changes to our zoning map?
As a separate subsequent process, yes, it is not necessarily tied to this. So the most common practice is to spend your energy and efforts getting your general plan updated, calibrated, and dialed where you want it. Post-adoption of the general plan, you would then go through your zoning code and bring it into consistency with the general plan you've just completed.
Great. In the community meetings, will De Novo be capturing the overall input from the community, and will you be providing a summary possibly for distribution to either the planning commissioners or council?
Yes, we'll be preparing a standalone report that's going to have raw input. So one example is we do a Post-it note exercise. What are your assets? We're going to verbatim write down what the feedback is and put that in an appendix, so we can't be, I don't want to say accused, but there will be no misinterpretation of what was said, and then we'll also provide the Cliff Notes summary, and that will all be published, provided to the council, and put on the project website.
Great, thank you. Just in brief, so the process of making a change to an adopted general plan is, as you mentioned, we have 4 opportunities to amend it. Is that a fairly simple, straightforward process, and do we typically engage a consultant to do something like that?
To amend the general plan?
To amend the general plan?
It largely depends on what the amendment consists of.
Okay.
If you are amending some minor language, one of the key trigger questions to answer that will be, is CEQA triggered? So if you are amending your land use map or making major policy implications that could change vehicle miles traveled or your circulation network that could have environmental impacts, you will need to comply with CEQA as a part of that general plan amendment. If you're going back saying, look, we need to wordsmith this, but it's not going to have implications on environmental impacts of how it's implemented. So on the small scale, they can be easy if you're doing minor wordsmithing. If you're changing your map or doing notable changes, you will need to account for CEQA. And then you'll also want to make sure that those notable changes are done correctly. Sometimes staff feels comfortable tackling that in-house. Sometimes they bring in consultants. But CEQA is going to be the trigger on the order of magnitude of what that burden looks like.
Great, thank you. I would be curious, as you view the existing conditions of the community as it currently is, I would be interested in knowing whether or not you see what is reflected in the existing conditions of the community mirror our old general plan. You don't have to answer that.
You want my take now, or you want me to wait until we've been here a while?
You can be here. I don't need it now, but that's something I'd be interested in knowing if truly after a period of time, does a successful community reflect the general plan?
Yeah, and one of the key questions we look at is, based on what the community tells us it is now and wants to be in the future, how effective is your general plan at achieving that? And so one of the primary things, and I'll partially answer the question now. I mean, I've read your general plan. I've read your vision statement. We're going to go out and listen to the community. I don't expect the community to say, look, we're going in a different direction. I expect refinement, reaffirmation, new additional goals and vision, but I don't think Sonoma's about to take a hard left on who it's used to be and where it's going to be in the future. My take on your current general plan is it is a partial effort to address the vision that's currently laid out in it. I think your existing general plan has a very well-stated vision statement. It's right there in the opening chapter of your general plan. And when I read through your elements and policies, I see a partial policy direction with limited implementation on how to achieve that. So if I were to come in and update your general plan without doing any listening, we already have ideas to bring to the table on how to achieve the existing stated vision in a more effective way than what your general plan does now. But I don't want to jump to that stage without doing a whole lot of listening to the community first.
Great, thank you. And my last comment, actually, it's not a question, but probably more of a comment and a strong, polite request. One of my overall goals is to keep Sacramento out of Sonoma. So as you couch and make your recommendations in terms of putting forth the draft of the general plan, I would love you to exercise all of your skill sets of incorporating things so basically we'll keep Sacramento in Sacramento and out of Sonoma.
My two-part answer is the biggest burden already happened with your housing element, and that is a very common request, and yes, sir, we'll be able to do our best for that, so.
Okay, other questions? Mr. Gurney, none? Ms. Farrar-Rivas?
Yes, I have 4. We're going to go back. Oh, good, you're already there. Page 7 again. We like this page.
Excellent.
So I just want to clarify again, so I understand we have the required ones, the optional elements. We can use them. They could be folded into some of these other required elements. But then the things that the state is requiring, like climate change and resiliency, environmental justice, wildfire risk, urban wildfire interface, flooding, complete streets, transportation impact metrics, those have to get folded into these elements.
Yes, so the lovely joy, nuance, and soft science of general plans. So the state lists the 7 mandatory elements. You can combine those, so it's very common to combine conservation and open space. And within those elements, there are additional topics that must be addressed, and you just listed the primary list of that. So for example, you could say, look, we're not addressing any of the optional elements. We just want to do the core elements, but I'm also going to come back and tell you we have to address flooding and fire. Those belong in safety. Climate change and adaptation, we're going to fold those into conservation. So you don't need to address them beyond the state requirements, and they don't need to be standalone elements, but the list in the left-hand column has nuances of things that need to be included within it. That, you know, there's a lot that goes into safety and a lot that goes into conservation.
And so I appreciate that, and I also appreciate it because I will be very happy when these are folded in, as many people would realize that ahead of time. But I also appreciate your comment in regards to the integration of sustainability throughout. You know, I've worked on the definition of sustainability for probably the past, 50 years. So I'm glad to see that that's integrated throughout. Excellent. So my second question is, it's just actually a comment around farmers market. We actually have farmers markets. And we have our farmers market on Tuesday night, and every Friday we have a farmers market, and Friday mornings. And that market is a very different constituency than the farmers market, not completely different, but it's also a much more conducive place for conversation. So I just want us to be aware of that there's more than one farmers markets. And then the next one is, how are we going to be integrating the new website with the city website? I mean, how does that happen so that, because the community is very used to going to the city website, you know, training people to go to a new website. How will we be able to go to the city website and click on something that's going to take us to the general plan website?
Yes. Whoa. Sorry, new microphones. Yes, that is correct. The city's website will have information, but direct everybody to the actual new general plan website for the meat of the items in regards to the general plan. So, but we will still have things like our meetings that are going to be held, things like that will be on our calendar, on our website, things like that. We're places where people normally go.
Thank you.
And what I might add is on the website we've created for the general plan update, the contact us button links through, is it Civic Connect? Am I getting the name correct? It links to the Civic Connect. So if you're on our website and you want to comment or contact and you hit that button, you're routed into the city's existing Civic Connect. So it should be a very familiar platform for people. And I know the city's PIO has access to edit our website. So we've been working very closely to make sure that they don't feel like two separate tracks and disparate entities. So they link with each other.
Great. And last question, also on communication, is just what have you thought about outreach to low-income communities, to mobile home parks, to senior citizens, to people with disabilities? How are you looking at reaching out to those communities to make sure that that those that are not as digitally aware?
Well, I believe the city just embarked on direct mailers to every residential address in the city. So a physical piece of paper notifying people of the visioning workshops is going to be going out. So I think that's a very robust, effective technique. And then, we'll be working with staff to get out into community organizations, working through the school districts, and then trying to get out, the farmers markets, plural, to make sure that we're hitting those locations. So we're trying to not be a one-trick pony on social media and website, and also use traditional outreach as well.
Great, thank you.
Okay, the Vice Mayor says he has a question.
Sure. Okay, so explain to me why we would not want to include all the optional elements in the general plan.
I suspect you're going to want most all of them. I think by the time we get to the finish line, it's going to be hard to stand up and say, you know what, these are the topics we decided weren't worthy of inclusion. Whether they are standalone elements or folded into others has no bearing on their implementation. It all holds the same weight of law. So I think you won't have this many standalone chapters. But I just can't envision doing the community outreach, talking about what's important, and then going to that list and saying, well, this one didn't matter. So I think in one form or another, you will speak to all of these topics, and then we'll make sure we're speaking in your voice in terms of what's important in Sonoma.
And then as the required elements are developed, we'll take environmental justice as an example. Will that not be reflected in the other required elements as a standalone principle, or?
Environmental justice and sustainability have a lot of parallels in the sense that by the time you're done writing a good general plan, you've checked all those boxes. The one nuanced difference between sustainability and environmental justice is we have specific legislative direction on how general plans need to address environmental justice, whereas the broad term of sustainability is not a requirement, but the underpinnings of sustainability may have their own specific requirements. Sonoma, in and of itself, inside the city limits, does not have the state definition of disadvantaged communities. That does not mean you don't want good policy direction towards the topic. And largely by the time we finish a general plan and we're now addressing environmental justice, we're making sure we hit a few state required buzzwords and pointing to how it's been addressed throughout the general plan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, it's time for my questions. Thank you so much. This is great. So I have a couple. First, about online surveys. Is there any way that in doing these online surveys you're going to determine sort of demographically who is providing the responses?
Yes, and so I want to clarify this, that we have suggestions on how the surveys are crafted, and we provide them to the city for review and approval. And so typically we ask questions about, do you live in the city? Do you own a business in the city? Do you own a home in the city? What's your age demographic? We tend to not drill down further than that. I usually don't ask income questions, but kind of those 4 or 5 primaries. Do you live here? Do you work here? Do you own a business here? Do you own a home here? You don't need to include those questions, and then I might pose the question back to you, is that information that you want? And you can direct us to include or exclude those types of questions, and then the next question becomes, do you weight, are you making sure you're having Sonoma residents provide input versus non-residents? Are you weighting that feedback differently based on if someone resides in or outside of the city? So it's your project, it's your process. I'm here to facilitate, so I can provide advice on how a survey might be crafted and the questions that one might ask on that survey. But if the city has direction on if you want it done one way or another, we serve at your pleasure in terms of how those are drafted.
Yeah, I have a thing about surveys that are not scientifically done, and they tend to, sort of be squeaky wheel, adventures where people take advantage of the survey to skew it in a particular direction. I'm concerned that all portions of the city are included in those questions, and that includes the west side, the mobile home parks, and so forth. So that brings me to my other question regarding the 2 meetings at Vintage House, both on the east side of town. And I would recommend that we have at least one, if not more, on the west side. They're at the mobile home parks off 5th Street West. They both have, good areas for people to meet, and they will come to them. They've been, when we all ran for office and so forth, they did forums there, and they were very well attended. People feel comfortable being there. So that's one thing. And even though, and we need to have a Spanish language only input as well. And that could be in the city, somewhere where people feel comfortable with Father Robert's Hall, or even outside the city at La Luz. I think it's important. And it translating is fine, but I think it's important that people have a primary language opportunity to be involved in the process. So kind of like to see that happen. The other thing, and we talked about facilitation, Chair Barnett brought that up. We'll work that out, but there's a lot of good facilitators out there that I've worked with on numerous other projects. I'd like to see kind of independent facilitation. It's a skill, and that's important. And then my other question is, if at some point there is an annexation of a portion of what is now currently the county to the city, how do we address that in this process, or do we? And is it important for the people who potentially could be within the city limits to have more of an impact on this plan? Because that's something that's been talked about quite a bit.
There's kind of a two-part answer to that. One, presumably the annexation, I get into the nuances of planning and timing. So presumably the annexation not occurring midstream in the general plan update, and it would occur post general plan adoption. The EIR that we prepare for your general plan update will assess build out of the planning area, which will include your sphere of influence. So for an annexation to occur, that land needs to be within the sphere already. Otherwise, the sphere would have to be amended to capture that land prior to annexation. So presumably an area to be annexed is already within your sphere. The environmental impact report will analyze build out of the city plus the sphere of influence. While land in your sphere now is technically county land, your general plan should be assigning city preferred land use designations to all areas within your sphere outside of the city limits, even though the county's general plan will prevail today, tomorrow, until such time that land is annexed. So from a community participation standpoint, we wouldn't want to exclude someone from providing input on the Sonoma general plan update because they live outside of the city limits within the sphere. From a nuts and bolts standpoint, the implications of that annexation, provided it wasn't requesting a development or a land use designation that differs from your general plan, would presumably be covered under your EIR. So mechanically, as you deal with LAFCO in the county to execute the annexation, your general plan EIR should provide the legal CEQA coverage for that action. Did I answer the question?
Yeah, you did. And previously, you remarked on the fact that the city, the sphere of influence, and the urban growth boundary are practically coterminous. So there is very little in that particular window that would apply to your previous comments.
Yes.
However, outside of those current boundaries, there are people who have expressed an interest in and members of the city as well, in incorporating that portion. So I'm just wondering how something like that would happen under this the guidelines of this, or do we just sort of run parallel process?
It can be a little bit of both. You cannot, so if we're talking about areas of the springs that may come into Sonoma, and
Right.
the general plan can't say we hereby incorporate the springs into the city, and you can't just
Right.
make it happen. You could, if that were desirable by the city, you could write policy direction and action items saying proactively work with the county, LAFCO, and Springs residents to seek near-term annexation of the city of Sonoma through the following mechanisms and means, and lay out a work plan to have that accomplished. So you could state it as a policy objective with a set of action items to see it implemented. But the general plan in and of itself cannot execute that action. So as you're developing your land use policies, you could articulate along those lines. You could make sure you're doing community outreach to those portions of the community. So that dialogue and those policy preferences can be baked into the general plan, but the actual execution of an annexation formally has its own process, as you know, through LAFCO and all that. So.
Yes, I sit on LAFCO, so.
All
All right, but I just wondered how that might work. Thank you very much. All right, that exhausts my questions at the moment. Any final questions before we move on to the second point? Yes, Chair Barnett.
Just one. You mentioned, and it's on this list of optional elements, administration and implementation. Now, it's likely I won't see a fourth general plan process. But the implication of an administration and implementation element means that there's something you're implying that's going to take place over the term of this general plan update.
Yes.
I'm interested in hearing more about how that gets effectuated and what this administration and implementation element would actually include, given the fact that while I hope Mr. Guin is here for the next 20 years, it may not work out that way. And what you'd be putting in place would be something that a future unknown city manager and city staff and planning director and who knows who else may end up having to work with. So tell me how such an element actually would work.
That's a great question. The bulk of the implementation element would consist of the action items that dwell within the other general plan elements. So most of the pages in the implementation element are going to be a matrix repeating action items that have shown up in land use and conservation and safety and noise. What we would also then is assign departmental responsibility for implementation. Is that something that Public Works deals with, City Manager's Office, Community Development? And then lastly, there's going to be a whole lot of action items in this general plan, and you're going to adopt it on a Monday. You are not going to have it implemented on Friday. You're not going to have it implemented a week from Friday or a year from Friday. It is going to be a multi-year process. So part of it is prioritizing what are near-term priorities, what are medium-term, what are long-term priorities. Some of these things are going to be ongoing actions. Every time we get a development application, we're going to do these actions. There might be things like, look, we need to update the utilities master plans, but they're good for 5 more years, so that might be a medium term. So assigning implementation priorities is going to be another component of that. And then I also would suspect that there's going to be language in terms of, an action item does not commit council to action short of available funding, or, these are your action items, but we have certainly, via the general plan, not stripped the council of its authority to set budget and staffing priorities. And so language to that effect, how certain things are interpreted, the definition of should versus shall, and how these things are actually implemented by staff. But for the most part, it will be a matrix of the action items assigning the general time frame of prioritization and departmental responsibility for implementation.
Okay, well, that helps me understand it, and it also, I guess, in part answers my question as to what degree the force of law pertains to this particular element.
This particular element will not have much new that doesn't live within the other elements, and will not strip the council of its authority to continue running the city as this council sees fit. But this will be your guiding document, but it will in no way hinder your budget setting and your staffing and your other key decisions as you run the city. So.
Okay, Mr. Ding, did you have a question?
Of course.
Very good.
I'm waiting.
I didn't see your light on before. My apologies.
All right. No problem. Yeah. Thank you so much. The mention about the UGB, but I look at the UGB urban growth and the boundary you just mentioned under the land use. And actually, my understanding, and the UGB extension should be and put in our local city law, because it was passed in the year 2020 by the voters, 78.68%. It represents our communities and the needs and the expectation and the vision. So that when you do a lot of the survey, and I would like to suggest, of course, the survey is necessary, and also we should review that is important in the law. Urban growth and boundary extension should be the most current approved by the voters here. Yes. Because and also on this, the law, we also covered a lot of the new stuff. For example, and the state and the law regarding and the just environment and the justice, because UGB supported both and protected open space and also support affordable housing. I remember when we promoted this for the city to approve this measure ballot, we spent the last our additional money, send it to for the campaign money, send it to the city's affordable housing trust fund. So that is represent our community, what do we need. So that I would like to suggest, and because in page 6, you mentioned about compliance with the state laws and the grant eligibility. I would like to suggest move and page 8 and the UGB, not only in one of the land use and the document, instead it should be in the city's law to be compliance.
Understood and agreed. Our assumption on any land use map changes is that they will comply with the currently adopted UGB, because the general plan cannot change that. It was voter approved with a 20-year horizon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 20 years.
And so as we approach, and we've done general plans for Cotati and Sebastopol that also had UGBs in place at the time the general plan was updated. And so we are entering into this process assuming that the UGB is a firm, hard line that will not be adjusted or otherwise moved. And we expect that any changes to the land use map will occur inside the envelope of the UGB. And we've had specific discussions with staff about not even asking questions outside of it because it's such a hard line adopted by the voters. So I'm very much on the same page with you, sir.
Okay, yeah, so that is the mind and the point. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ding. All right, I think we're ready to move on to the second portion of process. And just checking in with everyone, and does anyone need a break?
Yes.
All right, we will have a 5-minute break. We are in recess for 5 minutes. Thank you. Ben, you're up.
All right. Well, I have one last slide, and that hopefully opens up a lot of discussion. So I really just want to pose the question to the council and the commissioners in terms of what are your strengths, challenges, and vision. So I've tried to phrase the question in a couple of different ways, but in terms of your strengths, in terms of thinking about your community, what do you value most about the city of Sonoma, and what makes this a special place to live and work? In other words, what's working here that we want to preserve, protect, and build upon? In terms of your challenges, exactly that. What issues or challenges are facing the city that you would like to see addressed as part of this general plan update? And in terms of your vision for the future for your community, what is your vision and what would you like to see the general plan accomplish? So I'm going to pose similar questions to the community. I realize these are the broad 30,000-foot ones, but this is the kickoff meeting. So we'll come back later and say, do you want this land use or that land use, or what's the right parks ratio? We'll get to the granular level later. But at this kickoff meeting, what's your strengths, what are your challenges, and what's your vision? So I will defer to the mayor and the chair in terms of how to facilitate this discussion, and I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Mayor.
Well, I think we'll do the same thing. We'll start with the Planning Commission. The chair will conduct the portion directed with the planning commissioners, and I hope they will all have something to participate and say regarding these questions. And then we'll do the same thing with the city council. All right, so Mr. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On short notice now, we're on the hot seat here to address really what are the formative key issues that will ultimately contribute to a vision statement of this particular document. So maybe approaching this is a good way in that you're going to be forced, without any great preparation, to talk about the qualities about this community that are on the top of your head, that you resonate with sort of in your heart and in your gut, as opposed to a purely rational and lengthy consideration of many of the issues. I'm trying to give you a little time here to percolate these things. Okay. And so, this is kind of what do they do in psychology? It's when you get a prompt and you have to give a response right away. I can't remember what it's called. But that's kind of what this is like. What's at the top of mind? What is it that's the feeling that you want to carry forward, at least insofar as the strengths are concerned? I think the best way to go about this is address it as three segments: strengths, challenges, and vision. The vision seems to be about the future, as opposed to the strengths, which is more about the present situation, and as are the challenges. So, with that, a minute and a half opportunity to get your thoughts in order, I'll ask if any of you would like to make the first comment. Sheila, it's all yours.
I actually think our general plan is really good in this area already. So I don't think that we're going to need a whole lot of adjustments there. But one of the challenges that I'm seeing, and I don't know how we incorporate this, is insurability. It's an area that's really hurting our community. I do mortgages. The last 50% of loans that I've done, people had to get their insurance from California Fair Plan. And that is going to hurt our economic development. It ties into sustainability and climate change. It's an area that I think is overwhelming, not just for Sonoma, but for the state of California. And I'm wondering if you've seen any other municipalities deal with this, because it's such a large, looming, scary issue. So that's the one question I put out there is, how do we address in our general plan the ability for individuals and businesses to get insurance?
As someone who is on the FAIR Plan themselves, I can relate to that. I will not pretend to have a magic bullet where the general plan can solve that. To the extent that, we live in a world, obviously, with fire challenges. Much of the insurance maps are based on fire hazard mapping prepared by CAL FIRE. CAL FIRE now has rigid requirements for what general plan safety elements must do to comply. We will ensure that your safety element complies with state law, but that does not necessarily directly lead to solving the problem of fire risk, and the insurance companies have their own equations for how they make those decisions on who to and not to insure. So I think we can put policies and programs in place to improve fire safety without overstating our ability to remake the landscape in California and deal with climate change, but we can do a local contribution to that. But I will not pretend that the general plan can go far enough to solve the insurability challenge that you're speaking to.
Are you seeing other municipalities try to address this, and whether it's in the general plan and the development code or in any other area that we could pay attention to?
Most of what I am seeing is best practices to reduce fire hazard risk. So good land use planning with urban wildland interface, making sure that we aren't growing out in our forested areas, having good ingress and egress, having ordinances and policies in place for defensible space, having good, building codes on sprinkler systems and things like that, having well-funded fire departments. But I have not seen a local city able to take such dramatic action that it's reshaping the decision matrix of private insurance companies on how and when to issue insurance policies. So it's much like FEMA floodplains. FEMA maps it. You're either inside or you're outside. You can have levee protection. You can have elevated, building floor plans, but you can't alter where the flood map is. And the city cannot alter where the California very high fire hazard severity zones are mapped, but you can put protective policies in place to do your best to not put additional citizens and homes at risk, have good evacuation policies, have good fire protection. But I won't pretend that we can come in, and I don't have the magic bullet to solve that at the local level.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Barbos?
Well, actually, somewhere in, I think, one of the memos sent to us, I was anticipating this question, so I actually devoted about 2 minutes earlier today to this. So what do I value most, or what makes Sonoma special to me? I wrote down a quick list of things. One is robust nonprofits that address a lot of the needs in our community. Not saying they don't need help, but that's a unique thing about this community that we certainly want to encourage and facilitate. Proximity of the Overlook and Montini trails to the city of Sonoma, and these you may not be familiar with those, but we are blessed with some wildlife or wildlands that are accessible and maintained by the city, so with volunteer help. Those are wonderful, and our plaza, of course, is the jewel of our city and it's something that we all value. A music and arts, diverse music and arts scene, a lot of talented people in all fields of music and art, and they're growing places for people to display art and perform live music. We're blessed with 2 print newspapers that publish news about our community weekly, or one of them's weekly, the other's bi-weekly, but that's kind of unique. And we also have our own little KSVY, is right behind this wall, TV and radio station that serve our community, which actually might be something you might want to reach out to in terms of this general plan, because people listen to that radio station and watch KSVY if they're not watching this right now. Okay, those are, I don't know if we're taking these separately, challenges separate from what we value most or what makes Sonoma special, but that's my comments about, what I would call enthusiastic citizen participation in the issues facing the city. We may not all agree, but we have a lot of passionate viewpoints expressed on the issues facing us, and I'm hopeful that this process will be another example of that for the good. And those are the things that I value most about and what makes this town special as it is today, which isn't to say there aren't things to work on. But okay, I don't know whether you want us to address the challenges in the future as well.
You might as well.
Okay, challenges for me that I identified were dealing effectively with the demographic trends that we see in this city. Both, Sonoma's turning into a de facto retirement community. My particular neighborhood, if there's anybody under 65, it is out walking a dog. They are unique. They're rare. Most of the people that walk by our house, of which there are 100 a day, are over 65 and have a canine on a leash, which is, I love dogs, but that isn't the problem. My point is, and our schools are closing because young families can't afford to live here. And therefore there are not enough children to attend the schools, so we're downsizing from 5 to 3 elementary schools. And if we don't reverse that trend, this town is gonna get hollowed out. So how the general plan can deal with that, I'm not sure, but we need to. Funding for affordable housing is a real bugaboo. We all know what used to be redevelopment is gone, and I don't know to what extent the general plan can address this, but we certainly need to do more than we have done and need to think outside the box and see what we can do in terms of policies and to address the needs. I'll just keep on going. This is my vision for the future, what I would like to see. Greater connectivity between the city of Sonoma and the Bois Springs area, both in terms of communication but in transit. We need, in my view, a bus that just never leaves the valley. It's always either going to or coming from Bois Springs. It loops around down Bois Springs, comes back to Sonoma, and does a similar thing. And that way people can hop on it and know that if they're never going to have to wait more than 15 minutes for a bus or a half hour, whatever it is. And this is something I've already mentioned, but I think creating more housing for the missing middle and lower income folks who perform the work that supports our economy, which is essentially tourism and hospitality, and including wineries. But the nature of that is that there's a lot of folks that work in those industries that can't afford to live here, and we need housing for them. And that's true of all the essential service workers, like firemen and police teachers. They can't afford to live here either. This is nuts. This is no way to run a city. So we need to address that. If we can do it in the general plan, let's do it. Expanding economic opportunities beyond the tourism and hospitality industry is a real challenge for not only this town, but towns like it. I mean, we have created this wonderful place that people love to come visit, stay here, so forth, and all the economic infrastructure that supports that. But most people's children leave town because they can't get jobs here. And the other thing I would like, this is more minor things, to me the biggest area that needs our focus is the Four Corners. Four Corners has a lot of potential that could be realized to meet some of our goals, and we haven't. This is in the sphere, or it's within the urban growth boundary, but it's developable, but it's not currently in the city limits. And there's some land there that could be helpful.
Zoned gateway commercial.
Yeah, we may want to look at that, but okay, those are my quick thoughts that I wrote down.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Amy?
I appreciate the comments by Commissioner Barbos. We actually have a lot in common in terms of kind of what we're thinking in terms of vision. I did make some notes as well. I'll paraphrase some of it. I did list Four Corners. It should be an iconic gateway to the city. It's not. It is in our existing general plan as an area that is in need of additional development. I think that is something that's worth continuing to discuss. I am actually looking forward to the existing conditions report to really assess what progress has been made as it relates to the implementation of our existing general plan. I had a lot of questions reviewing it. I tend to agree with Commissioner O'Neill. I think it's a great document, but I am a little bit curious about the implementation. In terms of some other thoughts that I had, again, consistent with Commissioner Barbos, encouraging housing options, particularly for the missing middle. I get a lot of questions from residents and people of my age group that are working but can't afford to live here or are living in conditions where they would prefer some better options. So I'd like to figure out how to incorporate that. You touched on as well, Commissioner, really fostering a supportive environment for all of our residents. We are evolving into a retirement community, so I would like to see additional support for small businesses, emphasizing the synergy between tourism and local agriculture, as well as exploring other business options. Again, bolstering economic opportunities for all income levels. I'm actually really excited about the optional components, which is why I asked the question previously, because a lot of that is missing in our existing general plan, but they're things that we consistently talk about as a commission and as a council. So that's sustainability. Also the intersection between climate resiliency, disaster preparedness, and social justice. So do we have disadvantaged communities? I think we do. If so, who are they? And do we have sufficient resources and plans in place to address those specific concerns of those populations? That's an area of focus. More generally, I do think disaster preparedness needs to be discussed. We had a very significant wildfire in 2017, as we all know, and I know Commissioner Dombach, if she was here, would probably be talking about how we prepare for and incorporate climate resiliency, climate change consequences, and disaster preparedness into our overall general plan. And then lastly, and it's something I've brought up previously, I made some notes, really committing to equity and again focusing on the residents who are serving the community through the tourism sector, but who can't always afford to live here, and really focusing on those populations and how we can develop some vision statements for them. And last but not least, really looking at our historic structures and adaptive reuse. I know a lot of those buildings on the plaza, for instance, are owned by the state, but I would argue are very underutilized. So are there ways that we can contemplate adaptive reuses to really bolster participation and engagement and just attendance of those particular buildings? We have a whole section of that plaza that's really focused on our historic structures, but how many people actually enjoy them? So those are some ideas that I brainstormed, but overall, I'm really excited about this process, very excited to be part of the process, and appreciate the community engagement components and the direction you're going, and those are just some initial thoughts.
Thank you. Therese, would you like to add something?
Yes, and I thank Commissioner Barbos for sparking some ideas in your preparation. So overarching, of course, is what I value is the unique characteristics of Sonoma. And I think one of the very most noted would be our plaza. I think that really makes Sonoma is the plaza. So generally, just challenges to that. I live every day, trying to put people into housing, affordable housing, and it's a constant struggle to get people, our children coming back into the community, to get them into housing. That middle missing piece is really important. And I'd like to see more of a blurring of the lines, if you will, or the boundaries from, there's the east side and then there's the west side. And more I am seeing this, because just from an affordability standpoint, from getting housing, that we are starting to blur those lines. And I think it's really a great thing, because there's so much to be offered, and so the complexion of the community, I like seeing that there's just the blurred lines, and I encourage that. And then, so what is the general plan going to accomplish? Well, whatever it does, I would hope that there is the sustainability of those accomplishments. So how are we going to make them? How are we going to implement them? How are we going to make them happen? Those are my comments.
Okay, thank you very much to all of you. I concur with many of the things that will have been said. I will just add or perhaps reiterate some of them in terms of my feelings about our strengths. What I really like about this town is that it's quiet. It's safe. It's small scale. And when I say small scale, I'm talking about the general nature of our built structures. The built environment generally reflects a small scale. It's walkable. It's personable. The people who are here are friendly, by and large. They've discovered that the key, number one influence on longevity are the number of pleasant daily interactions between people in ordinary circumstances of life every day. It's not whether you're married, it's not whether you're single, it's not whether you don't smoke or you don't drink. It's how many positive, pleasant interactions do you have with people during the day. That's the number one surprising fact of the longevity studies. We live in a beautiful rural and agricultural environment. We have a healthy economy. These are all the things that are meaningful to me. In terms of challenges, our greatest challenge has always been managing and planning for growth. It really drives most of the issues that come up for us, water and everything else, and sewer, so forth. Financial stability and sustainability has been a challenge. We're a small city. Interestingly enough, we have enormous wealth in the hands of private property owners here and residents. But that doesn't mean the city is overflowing with cash. That money's in private hands. And so a lot of people have the impression, Sonoma's, it's a wealthy community. But city government isn't that wealthy. And it's a struggle. Our financial stability and sustainability has been a struggle. It has always been a struggle, and it will be, partly because the cost of governing goes up. We're going to spend, $650,000 on your services, Ben?
Less than that. I think we're south of 500.
Okay. Only 500. The fact is, this is a big expenditure for this little city, and it's not going to get any cheaper in the future. I think another challenge we have is cultivating the future leadership within the city. The degree of public involvement, when we did the first general plan I was involved with in the early 90s, we had meetings, 250 people, regularly, for months and months at a time. How many do you have here tonight? And I welcome you all and thank you for coming. We've got a half a dozen. So cultivating the future leadership of the city is important. Diversity in population and housing has been mentioned. I certainly support that, as has public transportation, improved public transportation. I do want to say with regard to aging, you know, of the 330 people who live in America, 75 million are baby boomers. And in the next 10 to 15 years, we're going to be on our way out, most of us. We own, as a generation, 40% of the residential real estate in America. I don't know what the effect of it's going to be in America when that property is vacated. In Japan, you can buy a house from the government for $1. Same in Italy. The whole of the developed world is trending towards aged, and people are having fewer children. Yes, housing's expensive here, and maybe families with kids don't come here. But there may be other reasons they don't come, and one of the reasons is there's fewer children today. Women aren't, and families aren't having children as much as they used to, and we've got an increasingly aging population. This is something that's happening in other countries. Others are ahead of us in this regard. It's causing enormous problems, and the forecasts in China, for example, are absolutely alarming. So I don't think we can talk about the decrease in children in the community as merely a byproduct of housing prices. The problem is much broader and deeper and talks to demographic trends in America that are well beyond our ability to affect. And so far as the vision of the future of the community and what I want to see the general plan accomplish, I want to continue to enjoy a quiet, safe, small-scale, walkable, personable, beautiful community with a healthy economy. That's what I want to see the new general plan sustain. So that's an easy one for me to answer. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I turn it back to you.
Thank you so much. Now, I want to start with Councilmember Ding, since I was so
Thank you,
distracted
Mayor.
and missed you last time. So
yeah.
you go first this
Yeah.
time, please.
I totally agree, Steve and then Larry, mentioned, and what is the strength, what challenges, and the vision. I'm a history lover, yeah, as you know. And when we see this city, what is the tomorrow, we look at the yesterday. Basically this town, everybody know, was founded by General Vallejo, and his family and a group of friends. I look at those history. They were more vibrant. They are very sharp business people. For example, the first city and manager, Jacob Lees, at that time was in Akode. Yeah, he was traveling everywhere, and also at that time they already reached China, bringing some Chinese labor to here, helping to build the town. First trip he brought it to. And then later on, more and more, built up the first winery in the Buena Vista. So what I mention is, when we look at the future, see why the Sonoma right now is right here. We have some of the reasons, because they include all parties, including all the races, all different ideas. So the inclusiveness and the diversity, always important for the sustainability, yeah, when we mentioned. So never forget this is the time and has been built by different people, different wisdoms and the talents together. So this is the most important. We need to carry over the forward to the future generation. This is our assets, and maybe it's kind of invisible assets. And as to the challenges, I think our towns heavily relying on tourism. During the pandemic time, I have to see our hotels and the restaurants they dropped a lot, and our revenue they dropped. So I'm thinking right now it's a digital time, and people mention about smart city, and it's possible for us to change or diversify our tradition business and the landscape. And in this way, we can generate more job opportunity, do the qualitative jobs for our young people. Then the same spend on the time. Not necessary. They spend in the tasting room and the restaurant, and maybe in the high tech. The codings. Those. It's not very difficult for them to change. Just a kind of connections. I know that right now many Silicon Valley people, city people, they bought a house here and become our neighbor. It's possible using their connections and help us to improve our locals in the business. I have a little more to talk, but I would like to leave the use. Yeah. Thank you, Madam.
Very good. Ms. Ferrer-Rivas, your comments.
All right, I will be as pithy as I can because people have said a lot of things that I had already addressed. But so what do I value most about Sonoma? The passionate, informed community members. And as you can see, we have a full house tonight. So, but I'm surprised that there are not more people here.
They could be watching on Zoom. Or
they could be.
some
Hopefully
other
we have many
places,
people
yeah.
on Zoom tonight too. That we are a town in the midst of amazing natural beauty. That we have access to great produce and proteins at farmers markets and local farms. We have local businesses providing that to us. Many of us, at times during the pandemic when other people were having a hard time, getting enough fresh food into their houses, we could walk down to the farmers market and get food. So, I mean, it really is, we're very fortunate. We're very, very privileged. That we have many local community centers, not just the plaza. We have the community center as well. We have the garden park. We have Outlook Trail. We have the Depot Park. We have Montini Park. So we have a lot of areas that are conducive to community gatherings and building community. It's walkable. I love that, of course. Many people see me walking a lot. We are located in a diverse valley. We are not located in a diverse city, but we are located in a diverse valley. We have easy access and communication with our local nonprofits, businesses, and governing bodies. We have a very strong nonprofit sector here in Sonoma. Challenges. So one of the challenges, housing, and I won't get into it because I agree with everybody on we clearly have the housing issue we have to address. The other thing, I just want to, be able to address too in a way, it's a little bit beyond the kind of the east-west. I think that how do we as a full valley address the issues that we're facing, and how do we address opportunities in a way that we're looking at opportunities for the full valley. So I think that we can't, there is a border on paper, but there is, except for a sign, there's not a wall between us and the valley, and those north of us and those south of us. Key to that is also transit. We have to deal with the transit issue. The other thing behind having a bus or a circulator is there is going to be a train from Novato to Vallejo. That's smart, is going to continue on that way. How does that connect with Sonoma? How do we get, or does that just build business for Vallejo? Vallejo's changing, what's going on there? How do we get people that are not just going that direction, but actually have easy access to Sonoma for our tourist business? And that availability is done in a clean way of delivering those tourists here to the valley, so that we are also reducing vehicle miles traveled, which is an issue for Sonoma because of where we're located. It's harder for us to reduce vehicles miles traveled, so we have to be very innovative. So then economic development, we need to diversify our economic engines. We need to potentially look at incubators for new businesses in Sonoma. We could have a restaurant incubator. We can look at other incubators for, that are tech incubators. How do we look at some of the things other cities have done and bring them here so that we are bringing new populations to Sonoma? And because we do, even though I know there's many reasons why fewer children are being born, we still do want to have children and families able to live and work here. How are we preserving the uniqueness of Sonoma in a rapidly changing world? I love that it's quiet and beautiful and walkable, But the world is changing, and more people outside of the walls of Sonoma are going to want to be in Sonoma and are going to need some of the resources that we have that aren't available to other people. How do we address that without becoming just a small enclave with a wall around us? I don't want us to be a gated community, and I think that that's an issue that we're going to have to face. We may not want to talk about it, but it's going to be real. Climate refugees are going to be significant. And that is going to continue. And then the other thing I think is a challenge for us is seeing the history of Sonoma beyond colonization. How do we bring the history of the Poma, Mishwa, Wapo, and the coastal Miwoks to become much more apparent in all of those community places that we go to? So the vision certainly is a diverse community of all income levels, ages, race, sexual preference, and identity. That is the full, our full diversity in our community. That we become a sustainable tourist destination. That we have new economic engines, as I was talking about before, that are not only based in the city but also in the valley, and we support those that are new economic engines in the valley. That we become the culture and art center for Northern California, maybe for the state. I don't know, we can think big, maybe for the country. So that we have I think we're a small city with a big vision. So how do we fund it? So that's the key thing of funding. How are we looking at grants? What are we doing so that we're actually able to do all the things that we want to do and implement? And of course, I very much focused on, that all of the safety issues around climate are integrated in the general plan. And we're actually creating aspirational, big thinking ways to address that are still at the same time realistic and can be implemented. I think that's that we develop, so in regards to how we're developing the general plan, I would like to see it to be a broad roadmap to implement the vision so that there is room within the general plan where we can for the ability to change, because the world is changing too fast for us to do a plan that's going to exist to 2045 that's going to be realistic. We have to think about how the world is changing. We want it to reflect the aspirations of the diverse communities in Sonoma, including the Valley. And we want to look at each element, and I think that you mentioned this on sustainability, but every element is also viewed at through the lens of sustainability, culture, and equity. And that's it. Those are my comments. Just a few.
Okay. Mr. Vice Mayor, you're next.
Yes, okay. A lot of good things were said. I'm going to take a little deviation viewpoint here. I don't really know that we are truly that retirement community that's been expressed. I talk to a lot of younger generation individuals who have moved here fairly recently. They are having babies, they are raising families, but they're not engaged with the community as a whole. And so I think it's important that we find out how to get them engaged, and this process might be a very good way to do that. The strengths of Sonoma, everybody has mentioned all the great things about Sonoma, but in my mind, it's the people that are here. The people that live here are passionate, they're sincere, they love this community. When I talk to somebody who's fairly new to the community, I always like to know, why did they come to Sonoma? And it's a place that people fall in love with. And so having said that, it does bring a lot of wealth. It brings some inequities that exist. And so, how do you balance that? The things that are special about this place, it is safe. Not a lot of places in Sonoma County can boast the way we do in terms of the crime rate. However, the challenges become a multitude of challenges, obviously. I hear from people talking about the community has become stagnant. And there's no economic incentive to bring new restaurants. In fact, we probably have a reputation that it's difficult. And I think we're doing a lot to try to change that right now, but it's a reality that I hear about. Traffic calming continues to be a major issue. I don't know that there's a silver bullet, but we certainly need to start looking at ways to calm the traffic or eliminate the traffic. And you can do that through a number of ways, and I'm sure we'll be talking more about those. The recreational element is kind of an interesting part for me. I envision that the parks and recreation opportunities within the city could be so much more, much better coordinated. There seems to be almost a park zone, if you will, that includes state parks all the way up through Mountain Cemetery, north of the plaza. We've got soccer fields up there. We've got a very underutilized county facility, Vets Hall, that could be just as easily a performing arts center. And so, how can we expand on that? Economic and community development, the whole West Napa corridor lacks anything attractive, and because it's in the heart of the city, I think that we could take a look at how do we redevelop that into something that we can be proud of. Let's see, I think this plan, even though it's a 20-year plan that's going to take 2 years to establish, I think if we look at what's happening in the world, we look at the social issues, the technology, the environmental, economic, and political trends that we see and we deal with every day. And I actually believe, through doing some future study, that you can actually create the future that you want. And you can look at events that could occur, that may occur, that will occur. And you establish some probabilities of those things happening and the impact it's going to have on the trends. And so this strategic plan is 20 years long. It would be nice to really take a look and try to project into the future how this plan will survive and grow, or not so much grow, but move through the future, if you will. So, but a lot of really good things have been said, and no need to beat it any further. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Wellender.
I guess contrary to my reputation, I'm going to be very short. I think there's also kind of a misnomer about the city of Sonoma. We're not a city, we're a town. And I think that's a quality that many of us cherish. So I'd love to see us maintain that sense of town. Like others have said, I think one of the things that makes Sonoma special are the people, or most of the people. And the other thing I think is we have this incredible rich history, and I agree that we need to expand the celebration of our history more comprehensively, but I love the idea of just celebrating the history of Sonoma. The challenge I see is that there's going to be change, and I think we need to be smart in the infill of our community. We have, as we found in our housing element and opportunities that have been identified, we have plenty of opportunity for infill. The challenge is, how do we do that while still maintaining what I call that sweet spot of a sense of open space? I would love, as it has been shared, to see a more diverse and socioeconomic profile for our community. That is something that drew my family here in 1985, and it has kind of slipped away for no apparent, cause. It's just different. I would like to see us maintain a healthy retail and commercial sector. I want to minimize the number of what I call see-through buildings, which we unfortunately still have a few around the plaza. And I'd love to see us create more industry. And I know that sounds weird because we don't have anything zoned for industry, but I'd love to see us, as some have said, challenge with what is the micro industries, the bringing business in that we may not be able to afford to have a large research and development park, but maybe there's a way we can bring in some elements like that. I also appreciate the comment about kind of the blurring the lines of the East and West, and I've been called naive a number of times in my life, but I think a community of 2.5 square miles of city limit, there should be no sections. There should be no east or west, north or south. I'd like to have us just continue to be Sonoma. And lastly, I recognize in my experience of living here for the last 35 plus years, change is inevitable. We can't stop it. The question is now, how can we have an effective general plan that will help us to create good change? And that's it.
Thank you so much. So, again, so many great comments. I'd like to just put a pin in a couple of them that resonated with me. Patricia Farrar-Rivas brought up art, and most of you know that I sort of proclaimed this a year of the arts, you know, when I became the mayor and just did it. And but it's changed a lot of things, and it got a lot of people involved that were never involved in the city. And just this room, now that you see all these posters, you know, they were not here before. We've changed every so many months, different art. And as far as getting young people involved and the kind of people that you were talking about that are not involved necessarily, they got involved. And our arts council is, you know, I saw some of them today. We opened a tasting room on the plaza and saw some of them down there. So I think art is a great motivator for a lot of people that are not, you know, land use people or, you know, transportation people, but they love the arts. And I think you're right. This could be the world-class art place. We have to talk about the unhoused as well as the problem with housing. We're still, you know, there are still people that are unhoused. There are people who are insufficiently housed, and there are people who are don't have enough food every day. And we can't make a plan that doesn't recognize that we have problems in our community and making sure. And we have wonderful nonprofits, and I'm so glad that I think who brought them up? Yeah, thank you. Mr. Barbos brought them up. But, you know, and we have to continue to be of support for those organizations so that they can be successful, because there's so much to do there. One of the things that makes Sonoma so special is the history of Sonoma, that this is authentically a historic place. There's a lot of nice communities with, you know, pretty houses and convenient roads to the city, but they're not the first place that the flag of California was raised. You know, so that's what makes this place like incredibly unique and incredibly authentic. And I'm so glad that it was brought up that we need to honor the people that created this place, the Native Americans. And I want to see a project that Mr. Ding once built, the Ting, to recognize the unnamed Chinese workers that worked so hard to create this place. I will tell you that when we put together the bench for Ada Limon by Reader's Books, and we all of a sudden honored somebody different than, you know, the Sons of the Golden West or General Vallejo style people or whatever, it was so well received. They're hungry for, you know, other people to be recognized in this community. And I think building that Ting would be would be a wonderful thing, and I hope to help you get that done, Mr. Ding. I think it's a noble effort. I think there is a difference between the east and the west side, and you know, I'm happy to hear that everyone thinks we're one place and the lines are blurred, but I live on the west side, and if you don't think there's any kids in Sonoma, then you got to come to my house, because there's lots of them over there. And they're all walking to Sasserini School, and I was there first day watching everybody, and there are kids over there. But what there's not over there is a park. And we're going to build that park on 5th Street West and MacArthur, but I never lose an opportunity to mention it, because I don't want it to slip away. But and I talked about it with a lot of people this weekend. On Sunday, the opening of the bakery on East Napa Street, there was a line, and the line was there for 2 hours. So I decided to just hang out and talk to the people in line. I thought, this is a perfect opportunity to talk to people. And I stood there for 2 hours while people waited in line, and there was a lot of, it was like having, you know, one of your focus groups that you're going to plan. But a lot of people from the west side, I talked to them about the park, and I can't tell you how excited they were about that, and they didn't know about it. And they've been using that corner for housing the heavy equipment in order to do infrastructure work in the city for decades. And it was zoned as a park. And the people in the community are the ones that came to me and said, you know, this is zoned as a park. When are we ever going to get our park? All we're looking at is the heavy equipment. So we've been promised that after the Chase Street Bridge is done, that will be the last time. But I bring that up because that's where they parked the heavy equipment. It was on the west side, and because people there kind of put up with a lot of stuff. The traffic on 5th Street West is terrible. I saw a police car parked there today. I'm sure he was watching the corner. I stood there and watched it as well, of how many people ran the stop sign and how fast that they're going. And that's where the majority of the people who live in the city of Sonoma live. That is the highest density part of Sonoma. And it has to have a lot of our attention. And when I ran for council, I said it was going to be an important piece, and I'm glad that the vice mayor brought up West Napa Street. And part of it is because it's there's no trees, and there's no benches, and it's hot, and it's hard to walk on. You know, you just don't like it. And the first time I got involved with the city council was because they were going to take all the trees out of my neighborhood. And I live west of 5th Street West. 81 trees were going to be taken out of my neighborhood. And yeah, they're messy trees. You know, yeah, they buckle the sidewalk. But had those trees been taken out, it would have been a blight. It would have been awful. And families have been raised in my neighborhood. There's a lot of kids. There's more kids coming in all the time. And what we need to do is build things that keep them here. And that means parks. People I know go over to Yountville to the park because they've got more stuff for the kids that they like. So whether or not there's a declining birth rate or whether or not, you know, it's just too expensive, the point is, let's keep the people who are here and having families, let's give them something to stay here for. And that is all of those things, including the schools. Many of you know when there was one proposal to close pretty much all the elementary schools in Sonoma. I went to the school board. I served on the school board for 8 years. And I basically said, you're not going to close every elementary school in the city of Sonoma. I can't imagine living in a city that has no elementary schools. I just can't even imagine what that would be like. You know, when I hear the kids and see them walking to Sasserini every day, it's joyful. It's where parents and families come together, and we have to do something to keep that going. So I heard a lot of images that I liked, and you know, what I sort of landed on is that we We don't need a drawbridge and a moat. We need a pathway for everyone. And I hope that that pathway has economic development. Economy has changed in this country since COVID, since our plan was written. People work from home. Industries are different. We can bring other industries in here and still enjoy the beautiful wine industry that we have, which is the best in the world. And so those are my comments. But I appreciate what everyone had to say. I think there's nothing. This is going to be an amazing plan because there's amazing people in Sonoma, as was said, and they will let us know what they want. Anyway, let's final comments from the City Council before we take public comment. By the way, people are on Zoom. Are they not? Or there's a few. Okay. Yes.
Very quick.
Yes.
I just wanted to support Mayor Lowe in the suggestion of having one of the events for the public at the mobile home park. It's a lovely place to be, and the other thing is having a Spanish language, one Spanish language only event. But also want to because I meant to say in my remarks too, and addressing you had brought it up around food insecurity, that in the valley, I think it's 1 in 5 children are food insecure, and that's just, even that's the valley and we're the city is different, but that I don't see I'm kind of board blind. And I think that that's a significant issue that we should pay attention to.
Thank you. Okay, so at this point, I would like to open it to the public. If there do you have any comments on this, or are you just here to listen at this point?
I am just here to listen. I was out of slides other than the reminder of
Okay.
what our next steps are, but I've...
Thank you. Okay, just checking. All right, so the public has sat very patiently, and we're going to do the same thing, 3 minutes, and we welcome your comment. Oh, I'm already getting boos. I know. Mr. Zimmerman, have I always extended your time? Every single time. But it's a challenge, I know. Yes.
Good evening. I'm hoping that you will allow me to make 2 different comments. One is Sonoma Valley Collaborative and one is Sonoma Ecology Center.
Absolutely.
It's a small town. We wear a lot of hats. So I'm Caitlin Cornwall, director of Sonoma Valley Collaborative, a cross-sector coalition focusing now on housing affordability in Sonoma Valley. So just really few comments. In the Department of Promoting Housing Affordability in the city through the general plan, some of our housing policy platform items that we would like to see the general plan address, and you've heard many of these before, allowing for greater height and reduced setbacks along Highway 12, which is also, just by the way, consistent with the overwhelming consensus from the housing town halls that the city did before COVID. Spending our precious land on people and homes over parking lots. So there are many ways to do this. One of them is to reduce or eliminate parking requirements. The collaborative's membership is really strongly in support of allowing modest density in all neighborhoods. And there are many, many ways to do this. I'm not going to go into the details, but we need to make the city as welcoming as possible for more people to live comfortably and affordably in our beautiful neighborhoods. And we can do that without wrecking them. The collaborative membership is in support of policy and actions in the general plan to indicate an intent to annex land in the direction of the Springs, and for housing reasons and also just for sort of justice reasons, and uniting the community. So also a couple more housing affordability points that were also echoed in the Generation Housing letter, which is that we would urge the city to endorse the Bay Area Housing for All bond measure, to combine design review and planning commission, and also to move to a square foot basis for reducing fees for development projects. So those are sort of housing comments. On public participation, The survey, I think my membership would really support asking demographic questions so that we can understand intelligently how to extrapolate the responses to the actual population of Sonoma. And also that the survey should work for organizations as well as individuals. Our members are mostly organizations. It's very hard often to answer those surveys if you're an organization, even though you're speaking for many, many people. So thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Ms. Cornwall. Next. Oh, oops, be careful. Mr. Albeck, very nice to see you.
Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to second what Caitlin said as Sonoma Valley Collaborative. Definitely second that. And I was working for Ron today, and I was looking at the packet here, and I was thinking, well, what am I going to say about this? And so what I came to was that I feel like that what you've seen tonight is that Sonoma has kind of an essential tension between people who would prefer to maintain and preserve the small town character and people who perhaps see that character as possibly the cause of some of the troubles of the exclusiveness. So, and then also the city's own tourism policy kind of making it so that more high-end real estate comes. So the city kind of has a tension there between wanting to maintain things small as it is and then people who see the equity aspects of that. And so I think that we saw that fairly clearly tonight in a lot of the different comments. I would like to see the sustainability element and EJ element, and that sustainability have a triple bottom line, full cost accounting definition to it, and that it doesn't just stay in the kind of green closet. And I made some written comments today, and I'll be making some more, so I do better writing than I do speaking. But from the things that got said tonight, I really enjoyed what Steve had to say, and Patricia, and pieces of what everyone else had to say, particularly about the Springs annexation. I think that that's a very important issue to have in our hands and looking forward to the future. And so I'd like to see the land use element address, you know, some of the zoning, and I do kind of buy into the east side, west side issue, because I look on the east side and I see that it's the majority of the single family zoning is there. And so I think that we could probably use to get rid of that and what Generation Housing calls exclusionary zoning, and to up the density in a lot of parts of the city and annex places like the Doyle property and really, you know, load it in there, and then you could have a ring around the city with a bus. And there's a lot of ways that people can plan, and for fire hazard, the city could look to annex to the southeast towards the treatment plant where it's the lowest fire risk. And that's also in alignment with the sewage treatment plant. So I think that there's a lot of ways to look at planning here if you look at it fresh. And one thing Sandra said one time at a meeting was that if you were going to design a city, you probably wouldn't design Sonoma the way it is now. So I think that we would look in the future and design something a little bit better looking at it fresh. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alba. Yes, Mr. Zimmerman. I'll be judicious with the clock.
I know you're going to get back at me. I'm sorry.
No.
I apologize for being...
No. I've always been very generous with your time. But
anyway,
please proceed.
Good evening, and I just want to thank everyone for that put this together. I've learned a lot, and I've enjoyed the comments. And I do have a couple of questions. One is in regard to, I want to second, it's not a question, it's second, trying to invite participation from maybe not exclusively a Spanish language, because that Spanish language, second language people, that's probably the majority of those that, you know, where English is not their first language. But nonetheless, I was thinking maybe interpreters, maybe more advertisement in the newspapers, etc. And then I went to, I was thinking, well, I'm sitting here and reading some of this stuff, and I'm going, wow, there are so many acronyms and esoteric terms. Holy cow. I'm going like, what are these things? And then I thought, I'm going to show my ignorance by saying, what are clean streets? Where my mind went to, I came inside through the parking plan meeting and everything else, and I thought, we didn't even talk about clean streets, I don't think. And I think about the street sweeper that comes around, at least in front of my house on Wednesdays. But if there's cars parked there, that's it. It doesn't get cleaned at all. Some of the worst places are really First Street West and the first block on First Street East. Sometimes they're pretty yucky. They're just, yeah. And I'm going like, now I'm showing my ignorance. I have to ask the question, does the street sweeper ever clean these places where there's always cars parked? Just wondered. And now you don't have to answer it, but I mean, it's just, unless it's telling me I'm a dummy. But nonetheless, I thought about just a lot of things, and I'm just glad that we have a city that's, again, willing to invite us all to join in. And one other question: is there a glossary? Maybe I should ask you. Is there a glossary for some of these acronyms and main terms that people can use when we?
I think that we can address that but it's okay. I think that your point is, as we're doing these things, I mean, like I heard GMO today and I thought we were talking about genetically modified organisms, and then I found out it was something else. So I think I think that's a good point, that we need to make sure it's the comprehensible input. Yes.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman.
That's very succinct.
Any other comments from the public? Any on Zoom? Please.
I should have brought two hats, so I just have a few comments to make from Sonoma Ecology Center, Caitlin Cornwall again, and from Richard Dale's mouth to your ears here. A couple of requests. So the Ecology Center asks that the general plan update include a target, a policy to finish protecting the hillside backdrop, a task that was started in 1990, several strategies for different aspects that aren't still finished up there. Just the knowledge that during the term of this general plan, the city is likely to see extreme heat days that kill people, likely to see very damaging flood or more, maybe more than one, very likely to see fire again, very likely to see very severe drought. That's just the reality. So those knowledges in mind, things like policies about cooling measures, especially on the hotter and less affluent west side, so trees, parks, water features perhaps. Really important to protect the natural water infrastructure of Sonoma. I think the existing language is relatively weak on this. It is the lifeblood, especially as the climate changes. So the trend here, as everywhere, is one of loss. Watershed function, streams, riparian corridors, floodplains, groundwater recharge areas. We don't know how Sonoma has been doing on this. Usually the trend is losing these physical places, these areas that have these functions. So part of the existing conditions report should be a report on performance of the existing general plan in terms of implementing the mitigation measures that were in that previous plan, such as riparian corridors. That's usually a mitigation measure. How many square feet or acres of designated riparian corridor have we lost, have been waived, exempted, et cetera? How have we been doing? That should inform the policies going forward. So in a next point, a little bit of a repeat of what the collaborative said: spend precious land on good things, things we want. So less land for parking. There's lots of ways to do that, maybe shared parking lots, and build up instead of out. On emissions and noise, we just really strongly support some of the things people said about transit, transit. We've got to get there someday. Transit, bike, ped, and housing is a congestion issue. So if we can have more housing for working people, there will be less commuting, less noise, less emissions. And just one more comment that just came up because of, the comment about insurability. It might be worth connecting with the policyholders union, which is probably also looking at these sort of mass methods to increase insurability. This surely is an issue that all kinds of jurisdictions are facing, and that's just I think a pretty effective organization that I think might be headquartered in Napa, so very nearby. That was just an idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to close public comment unless there's anyone on Zoom. There is not. And then we'll turn it over if there are any next steps that anyone would like to close with. Other than that, we're going to close this out.
I'll be very brief. So we do look forward to seeing everybody in November at the 2 meetings. We will be releasing, as staff gets them calendared, additional opportunities to participate, and we will look to expand locations, create focus groups around discussions with our different interest groups, nonprofits, look to our partners to help us spread the word as well as garner participation with their memberships. Also, we will be having a Spanish-speaking planner at the visioning workshops, but we will look to see possibilities of having a workshop focused in that area that we talked about, that was recommended. And we would be looking at putting things out in English and Spanish. So I welcome any recommendations on nonprofits as well as organizations to help share this information. We obviously have a long list at the city, but we always welcome others to share with their friends and family.
Please.
While you're there, who's taking responsibility for the development of the messaging to the public around these public meetings and the general plan? Is that something that you're doing? Is it something the consultant is doing?
We do it together with our PIO, Sarah.
PIO meaning
Public Information Officer.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and are you open to any outside commentary or suggestions?
I'm always welcoming any commentary.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. All right, thank you for a very enjoyable, action-packed, informative meeting. That was a lot. Look forward to working with you and moving forward. And without objection, this meeting is adjourned.
What does NOP mean?
Huh?
What is that? NOP. I tried to look it up, and I.
What does NOP mean?
Yeah, what does NOP mean?
NOP.
So like in the climate emergency resolution, there's a lot of language, aspirational language, but really the only nuts and bolts is, and so in the housing, I mean, the general plan, it says people who work should be able to live. So it's not, since it's in the general plan, it seems like the general plan kind of failed. And but people are saying it's great, you know?
Burn the candle at, I know, I put both ends in the middle. You know, clean. Then I went to the, I wasn't kidding, parking. He didn't talk at all about how, and I've always wondered, well, maybe there's some magic way that the street sweeper gets to clean up somebody's it extends out to my house, and basically sometimes it really does need to be cleaned, because I pick up a lot of stuff anyway. But it's the closer you get to the plaza, you know, and I'm going like, oh gosh.
I hear ya.
Anyway, what a that's.
No.
I feel like this. I don't want to offend anyone with vision issues, but like Mr. Magoo's knocking around going.
Well, don't worry. I feel like that a lot of times myself.
Oh,
But I'm a little
gosh.
younger than you. It's funny though that I know. Well, you know how old I am. But Sandra was saying how we'll do acronyms, but it was funny how you the Attorney General has like kind of a, and so does the Office of Planning Research. They have a cheat sheet on it. So I'll share with you guys. Yes.
Like when somebody said, well, the PIO, that's
Right.
the PIO, and then somebody goes, who's it? What's that?
And it's like, so that's why I was thinking if we could get the map done now, and then we can refine the handout later. It's just the map always takes forever, and Potter always decides on corner. I'm very interested.
And I just say, the two people that I recommended, you know, because there's two in the city, and then I recommend one. The other one I recommended is outside the city. Two of them are young families.
All right.
They do.
Well, I'm glad you found her.
Me too. I can't express
I worked with her
a little bit.
when I first started.
Okay, nice to meet you, Gerardo.
She's fantastic.
Yeah, she's great. No, I've worked with her for
Yeah,
a long time on different things.
yeah, we've made a couple great hires over the years, and she's just fantastic. All right, I'm gonna hit the road. I'll talk to you soon. I'll send you stuff tomorrow.
Bye. What do you need?
I was gonna say, there's a problem that happened over the road, like this specifically happened.
All of the monitors went off.
When they went off, did you hear the AC go on?
Huh?
When they were off, did you hear the AC go on?
No, I did not. Because I was listening for that because that's what happened the last time.
Yeah.
It did not. Did you? I don't know if you push the button to ask you. Where they went off and tried to turn it back on. I don't know what happened. All of a sudden I know that nobody had monitors. And then like one would come on and then it went gone. And
thanks.
Are you
Thank
gonna
you.
turn off the lights or do we turn off the lights? Okay.
sunglasses and my phone. Although I wouldn't have missed the sunglasses because it's dark.